Hello there. How you guys doing? Happy Thursday. Hope you're all having a good week. I know it's a very busy and stressful time of the year. At least, well, depends on the person, I guess, but for some of us it is. Some of us who still haven't made Christmas cookies. But yes, this weekend I'll totally manage to do it this weekend. Yes. I mean, the weekend after is kind of too late, so like if I don't manage to do it now, then like when? But yeah. Well, I don't think I could. Like in general, sending food items, it's always a tricky situation. So yeah, like within the same country, it could be possible. Like within the EU, it can also be possible, but any further than that, I wouldn't attempt it. So yes, I'll probably be posting a picture once I've actually made them. But yeah, like even if I wanted to start like an international like Christmas cookie sale, I don't think I legally could. So yeah. I mean, to be fair, yeah, the Austria Australia thing, it's quite silly how many times people mistake the two. So yeah. Um, so with no longer living in Austria, I now experience a lot more of the people who kind of don't understand the difference between the two. So yeah, I've seen a lot more of that now. But yeah, I guess part of it is just that in English they're spelled so similarly, so that really doesn't help. And no, also over here in some cases. So yeah, like in Dutch, the way Austria is spelled is quite different from the way Australia is spelled. But the way Australia is spelled in Dutch is pretty similar to the way it's spelled in English. So basically, uh, there's that kind of disconnect of people kind of need to memorize that, like, Austria is spelled the way it is in English, but spelled completely differently in Dutch. And no, that's not how it's spelled in Dutch. That's how it's spelled in German. So, yeah. And yes, it's kind of similar to that, where like it's tricky when there's several languages in the mix and something is spelled more similarly in one language than a different language. Um, Also, for stuff like where one language has one word that has several meanings and a different language has several words for that, that also tends to trip people up a lot. Um, yeah, well, it's more like uh, it's not just country. It's more um, like empire kind of, but like without the necessity of like an emperor as the ruler. But if you think of like uh the Lion King, like the scene of going like all the like land that's being touched by the sun is their kingdom, it's like more in like that sense. So like the connotation is very different, if that makes sense. So yeah. Yeah, realm, yes, sure. like land or country is it doesn't have the same connotation. But yeah, I hope I explained it in a way that makes some amount of sense. But yeah, words can have like the definitions of them might be similar, but like the like feeling behind the word can be very different. So yeah, with that one, it's definitely more of a uh, like there's like a sense of awe or something like that with that word versus just land slash country, which is more of a like neutral word. So yeah, like the different way to put it, like it's also the same word for rich in German. So that might like give more of an impression of like what the connotation of that word is. So yeah. Either way. um yeah, there's so many different mix-ups for that. Like I've told the story several times of I've heard of someone who sent a letter to Austria, and for whatever reason, it didn't arrive for months, and then eventually it arrived, and someone had written on like the envelope and like capital letters, Austria, not Australia. So yeah, it seems even the postal service sometimes mixes them up. So yeah, it's just weird how all that works out. Also, like with websites, the like the what's it even called? Like the thing. So like the .com, but for specific countries. It's like country code or something. For Austria, it's AT, and I believe for Australia it's AU. And I would argue that like if you don't know that by heart, either code would make sense for either country because it's Austria and Australia. So yeah, but either way, it's a very weird mix-up when it happens since the countries are on opposite sides of the planet and not even in the same hemisphere. But yes. Either way, slight uh getting sidetracked a bit. Um Hungary and Hungary. Yeah, I guess. I mean I'm sure there's plenty of countries. I've also heard of like the country of Georgia and the state of Georgia getting mixed up. And people being confused about there being a country with that name as well. So yeah. Western Australia and Washington, yeah, that that can't be easy to tell apart for people who don't know about one of the two. Because you're going to be very convinced that it's going to be whichever one you know about, and you wouldn't expect there to be another thing with that abbreviation that is also quite a big place. So, yeah. Yeah, Washington the city and Washington the state being completely separate, which I think Washington state doesn't have a city named Washington, right? Because I know Washington, the famous city, is in DC, so District Columbia, which it's all very strange. But yeah, humans naming places, it just always gets very messy. Or whenever they in a movie go and like show a specific like city and then they go, oh, like London, UK, as opposed to like London somewhere in like Canada or something. So It's just strange, especially when place names get recycled without adding anything else to it. Like, of course, there's York and New York, but if New York wasn't just, if it was just called York as well, then that would be even worse. But yeah, a town called Denmark. Yeah, exactly. It's just so weird when that happens. So I don't know what people were thinking when they came up with names like that, but it seems to have happened a lot all over the planet, that places were named after other existing places that still exist to this day, and then there's two places with the same name. So, yeah. I just kind of hope that there's not a place where, like, the region is a recycled name and then the city is a recycled name that also exists within the other region that shares the same name. Because if you get to that level, then I'm expecting things to get very messy with at least the postal system. Because then if people just don't care about the, like, country label on a package or something, then yeah. But anyhow, well, my example was more like if there was like in a completely different country, there being like a uh part of that country, like region, state, like it depends on the country what they're called, but like a subsection of the country that shares the name of the subsection of a different country, and then within that section also having a city that's named after a city that's within the same named subsection of a different country. So like if like let's say yeah, let's go with like London again. So if in a different country you have a region named England with a city named London inside of that region, and with the country those are in not being the UK, that's going to get very confusing. So I hope they didn't go to that level of silly anywhere, but who knows? Anyhow, I mean, with London specifically, they've also got the city of London, which is technically separate from London. So yeah. Well, my point was the if it wasn't Ontario, Canada, but if it was England, Canada. So if Ontario was instead called England, that's my example of. I hope no country did something like that, where they stole not just like one part of the location, but also a second part of the location name. Because at that point, it'll get incredibly messy, I'm sure. So, yes. Like, I also hope that Australia at least doesn't have any cities that share names with Austrian cities, because I'm pretty sure that would make it worse. But either way, keep getting sidetracked. We're going to be playing Stanley Parable today. I have played a bit of the game before, but that is quite a while ago. I will check because I believe I was playing it on Steam. My total playtime of the original game is 2.1 hours, and I last played it September 2017. So I would argue I haven't really played much of this game. So I have seen some of the original game, but really not that much. And I was mostly playing it on stream, so that also means I was focused on streaming as well as playing. So I don't really remember too much about the game itself, other than like the very, very basics of like you play a character named Stanley who works at an office building. So, yeah, like, and there's a narrator. But like all the different like scenarios and stuff, like I might remember like small snippets of things, but yeah. Well, I'll be playing the Ultra Deluxe version of the game now. So, that's just a separate game, which is sold completely separately for some reason. Also seemed like it was sold under different company. So, not sure what the story is behind that. Don't know if the company just changed names or I have no clue. But presumably, this game will still contain a lot of the previous game. Like, it is at least based on the previous game, but it also adds more stuff. So, I don't know if they have the same narrator as the original game or if they replaced all of the narration. I don't know. But, yeah, we'll be playing this version of the game. And, we'll see how it goes. Like, I did my best to try and set things up, but I didn't actually start the game itself. So, yeah, like I've tried to like get the like subtitles and sound settings and everything, but we'll just see. As I said, I have not played anything related to the Stanley Parable since 2017. So, yeah, let's just start it and we'll see where it goes. Also, fun fact, I'll be playing in 4:3 aspect ratio. Because I felt like it. And because the monitors in the game are 4:3, so. For immersion. So, the current time is... Can I have my mouse cursor? Mouse cursor. Mouse cursor. There it is. Okay. So, it is currently... Oh, right. I always get so confused with it being 12 a.m. for midnight, and then the hour after 12 a.m. is 1 a.m. So that still sometimes trips me up a bit. But yeah, and then going from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. Whoever came up with that, they're just incorrect about how stuff works. Whoops. Okay, so there it is. 11:30 for me. There. Hang on, hang on. Before I get started, can I just say something? Thank you for actually setting the clock both times you booted up the game. Yes, as I was saying, I started up the game specifically just to get to the, like, settings and stuff. Yeah. A lot of people don't take that step seriously. They just leave the clock set at 12 and call it a day. You're actually taking the time to set the clock. I appreciate that. So I know you care about this experience. You're paying attention. Don't even have any way of knowing if the times you're setting are correct. Tell you what, I'll make you a deal. Since you've been so cooperative, next time you boot up the game and see the screen, just set the clock to your favorite time. Go ahead, pick whichever time you want, even if it's not the correct time, you've earned it. Alright, I'll let you get back to the game now. Alright. Yeah, well, for me, I'd say, it is very confusing that you switch from 11:59 a.m. to 12 p.m. But, yeah. Either way. So, got the lovely intro screen. I believe it should have saved my settings that I set last time, so like making sure the subtitles are on and all that. Because the game did say that this is the second time I'm starting it up, so I'll just hope for the best.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year.
Milliseconds.
And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Okay, there. Now I can actually move. So, yeah, of course, WASD. I'm so used to the arrow keys now. So, I haven't actually checked what the controls are. I guess E for interact. It's quite the cable. Bit of a tripping hazard. Like, if he actually has a chair in front of his cable, the chair's gonna get caught on that cable. Mug that says, I hate Mondays, I believe. Okay. Fairly empty looking filing cabinet. Like, can I just sit back down? Is that an option? Nope. I just go through the chair. Okay. Kind of difficult to know what I'm able to interact with. I guess I can try and close the door. Let's see. Controls. So, like, how am I supposed to know which item the character is trying to interact with? Because I can't see my mouse cursor and I can't see, like, any type of, like, aiming indicator. So, but E is interact. Like, apparently I can get rid of jump. Okay. But yeah, I guess I'll just go back. So, can't. Clicking does seem to also interact. I guess it would help if I could see my mouse. but I can't. The game just took control of the visibility of my mouse cursor. So that doesn't seem like the right side effect for the pencil sharpener, though. Oh well. Yep. Ow. Yep, it's locked now. Okay. Can't go in there. Can't go in there.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Just a pencil sharpener and a light. Not even one pencil at this desk. So employee 432 is just waiting for people to ask for someone to sharpen their pencil. Because that employee doesn't even have pencils. Just the sharpener. A mug that says, "Who farted?" Also, looks a bit messy with the keyboard like that, but okay. Yeah, exactly. It seems like their only job is waiting for someone else to need a pencil sharpened. Okay. So, I don't think I can look at those. Fine. So, I said I was supposed to go to the meeting room. Guess I'll do that after trying to read this mug. I like work, I just hate my boss. And I guess this one says smile? Okay. Pretty landscape picture. It's supposed to be that bright outside. That's locked. Okay. Apparently I can turn off the computers? Wait. Is that a wanted picture or something? Now the mighty have fallen. Quite a mess. Oh. Surname access? Don't know what that was supposed to be. And I believe that is correct. Fancy. There's also the clock in there. Does that one move? Wait. I guess it moves. There's a ladder? It looks like an employee fled through the ceiling? Don't know what that mug is supposed to say. I guess there was a crouch button, right? What's the crouch button? Control. Okay. So. Need to examine the crime scene. Yeah, still don't know what that says. Okay, that's a very long walk. I guess this could be the meeting room. No, it's not. I mean, I guess that's just the random stuff storage room?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
On his left. Oh. That's
This was
totally
not
my
the
left.
correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Yes. Another gathering of chairs? Okay. So I'm supposed to go to the meeting room, but they have a lot of...
Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
immaculate, you say? I feel like it's maybe not the way to describe this room.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings.
Yep.
Really worth it.
Yep. It's nice.
At this point,
Clipboard.
Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left.
Yes, everyone left because Stanley just really likes the employee lounge.
Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue, but when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
It's a nice ocean. Close up of some plant. But yeah, can't interact with the clipboard. Can't get a drink. Fine. Coffee? Nope. What does that mug say? I think coffee nut? Fine. Guess I'll move on.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
I see an open door. What's this
Stanley
room?
was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
That's a nice wood texture. Glad I walked into this room. So, what are they drawing here? Like, could be a floor plan. Not sure. Maybe, maybe not. Not sure what this company does. Another nice wood texture. It's a very good one. Okay. Warning, do not jump from the cargo lift while it's in motion. Will cause death. Penalty for misuse of cargo lift, $1,000. Penalty for jumping off the cargo lift, $5,000. So that's... It will cause death if I jump off of it while in motion, but if I jump off of it while it's not in motion, then I have to pay $5,000. Because apparently then it's not deadly. Okay, that doesn't open. Can I get into that area? Guess not. Oh.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
Who?
This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. to let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Well, I don't know who she is, so... Like... Maybe she's a cardboard box? Another nice plank. And that's locked. Fine. That doesn't open. Okay, I'll go through here. Okay. Don't think I can mess with that. And of course all the doors close behind me. Oh. Why am I walking into the void? Oh.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone. As Stanley picked up the phone, a white light engulfed him, filling him not just with radiance, but with hope. Hope for a life reunited Wait. Oh, goodness. Stanley, did you just unplug the phone?
I sure did.
No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person. I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
Okay.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person. But if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice.
Big tie.
He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack." Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
Danger? Danger everywhere? Also, forklifts that seem to have lifted other forklifts on top of forklifts. Good. Also, forklift stuck in the wall. Random railing. Very good. Very good. Can I plug the phone back in? No, I don't think so. Fine. Okay. Okay. Everything's gonna be fine. Nothing weird. Just a bunch of random packages. Still wondering what this company even is. Like, there is an amount of consistency in the box designs. So, don't know if they're the ones sending out products, but it could be. Okay. Why am I back here? Oh, wait. Oh, this is backtracking. Yeah. Okay. So...
Now that we
like
know
over
your
there is where I
choices are
started.
meaningful,
Oh,
we
wait.
can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
Okay. There. So. I'm sure there's something I could still do. Okay. That fence still looks closed. What if I go back onto the lift? Nope. Fine. I'll continue on. Can't mess with the desk or anything. No. Boo. That door, no. That door, no. 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 Time still looks, well, close enough at least. Okay.
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world.
Sure. I'll prefer this room though. Not sure if the window layout of this building makes any sense. Like, I guess they could have, like, those types of buildings where they have, like, well, like more like an outdoor version of a skylight, where they've just got, like, a square section of the building that's just cut out of the building so that they can have windows. So maybe they have something like that. Because, like, pretty sure that window was going in this direction. And there's a different office there, so... yeah. I don't think their floor plan is entirely accurate.
Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I mean, obviously the game wants me to go through the door on the left. But they're also at least somewhat expecting me to go through the door on the right again. But this door is locked, so... I don't think there's a third option. But I want a third option. Fine, I'll go through the right door again.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
Sure. I'm back. No? Nice filing cabinet. And chair. Whatever that is. Oh, and that filing cabinet. That actually looks kind of nice. I feel like that could be an art piece. Fine. Is that door open? Fine. There, I'm back. Sure, everything's normal now. I mean, it says okay on that wall, so that means everything's okay, right? Do not alter without consulting whiteboard manager?
Oh, it's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do?
Trying to see if I can climb onto that table
No, I
and
have
get
to.
to the other side.
I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to.
Yeah, okay. Much better.
Oh, I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You, who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground.
Yep.
What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child. Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make... behave exactly as Stanley would.
What?
That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay. Ida.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right.
I have to try it at least one more time.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
La-di-da. No. I didn't get reset.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back.
Nope.
Behave
I think I broke
exactly as
it.
Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Fine, I'll go through the correct door this time. Okay, well, chairs aren't sinking through the floor anymore, so that's good.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
How to solve a dispute with a coworker. Let it ball up inside you, blah blah blah. Using slides to assure employees that everything is okay. Make sure your slide has a slick blue graphic in the header and throw some bevel on the text. Everyone is unique, you most of all. Yes, so very unique. Number of slides on the slides? Slides on the slide. Slides, charts, and slides. Rate at which charts on the same slide depict the same information. Good. Rate of increase in graphs per slide. Please, no more charts, I'm begging. The Boss Appreciation Minute. On your Boss Appreciation Minute worksheet, circle the top 20 things you love most about your boss. Fill out in triplicate. Solving interpersonal conflict. If you ever find yourself in a conflict with another diligent employee like yourself, more inclined towards conflict, unless... What are your dreams for the future? Nature, success, transcend, plant life, football, comatose, less air? Tips for not getting fired. Talk less. Do unbelievably amazing work all the time, every day, with no expectation of promotion or recognition. Don't get fired. Okay. And the dispute. Let ball up inside you. Take it out passive-aggressively on other co-workers. Resent co-workers for not supporting you more. Yes. Yes. Blue graphic text. Graphic in the header. Throw some bevel on the text. This one, sure, calm and productive work environments. There. Yes. Good charts and slides. I want to see the slide of the life goals or whatever it was again. Because some of those were interesting. I mean, I do like graphs. Fill out in triplicate and return to your boss appreciation specialist. Yes, of course. Interpersonal conflict. I say the kind of person who initiates conflict. Why did we hire you? Remember, it takes 2 people to start a fight. Right now, you're both of them. Pollution, about mitosis, talk radio, charts, metamorphosis, clear skin, hope, football, lunch. Yes, very, very good plans. Okay. Keep on going back to arrow keys. What do we have here? Meeting schedule. At 9 on Mondays, they've got weekly targets admin. Wednesdays, at that time, they have the IT department, I guess, for a meeting. And on Friday, the weekly review. At 10 on Thursdays, it's mergers. And on Wednesdays, it's we're broke Wednesdays. Termination Tuesdays, marketing Mondays. Pranking floors meeting. Office efficiency, but they ran out of space. Financial panic meeting. Then 451's private time from 12 till 12:30. Tuesdays it's legal. Wednesdays, bosses inspection. Thursdays, ideas and development. And Fridays, what to do about 432. Don't tell 432 about the meeting. And that meeting is 2 hours every Friday, apparently. Or maybe that's just for this week specifically. Then at 2, but actually at 1, they've got question mark, exclamation mark, and also question mark as different meetings. Then at 2, they've got group 40X, group 41X, or I guess, so employees 400 through 409, and so on for all the different groups, I guess. Okay. Then this box is too small on Monday at 4 p.m. Then on Wednesdays at 4, it's 8bird. Thursdays, it's pre-review of weekly review. And then Fridays, it's office party. RIP France? Okay. It's a good whiteboard. Tomorrow, complete today's unfinished agenda items, write next day's agenda, reflect. Okay. And the future was yesterday, tomorrow is now. Sure. Targets. Push for funding for R&D of new coffee machine. Standardize graphs 40x wide, but apparently that's not efficient. Hello, how are you doing today? Get Chris out of the broom closet. Synergize papers? Hire someone to synergize papers. Papers are too synergized. Fire paper guy. Hire somebody to fire the paper synergizing guy. Who moved my desk? Please keep the targets on the topic of the blurry. Okay. Good. Very good. To do, synergize core value expenditures, shift global market paradigm maybe? I don't know. Monetize free to play. Is this a game company? What do people want? Things. Happy feelings, which is crossed out. Violet, James, you are fired. Okay. So things, money, more money, things, but with money to buy more things, graphs about things and money. And apparently that is their product. And they have a fax. Sure. Stock market is somewhere there, apparently. Oh, nice. A telephone directory. Colored in segment. Stripes. Requires more secondary research. And what is hot? Target demographic, teenagers. Okay, so free-to-play games, target demographic, teenagers. I do think this might be a gaming company. Bi-quarterly post-review. We need more, which is crossed out. We need less reviews. 402 and 405 want to get rid of the death sport portion in the primary review schedule. But I think that's a stupid idea. More water coolers. More water cooler heaters. Charts need to be more hip. to appeal to teenage demographic. Find teenagers to put in teenage demographic. Big net? Some kind of child trap? Teenagers? Size of demographic? Space between the teenagers. A lot of percent, apparently. And throw something in the ideas bin. 10? No more bins. Trash cans? Slash trash cans. 20? Renaming of the ideas bin. 30? Firing of me. But, alright, I guess that's all the whiteboards. Fine. It's locked.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Okay. Very fancy up here. That's locked. I feel like the chairs aren't really fancy enough for the other surroundings. Yeah, that chair's more likely. Well, it fits in better, I'd say. The others looked a bit like maybe like a library seating area? Can I check what's... No, nothing there. Is that a phone book? The beige pages. I'll take those as a yes. Interesting. What is going on with that guy's decor style? Okay then.
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Night Shark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
I feel like at least the painting in the middle isn't really appropriate to have just in your office.
Stanley spoke the code. Night Shark 115.
Ooh,
He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall.
More books. Bookshelf looks a bit small.
I'm sorry, is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver.
Nope.
Otherwise we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step.
I'm busy. Nope, nothing there.
Okay, fine, you're not gonna do it, but you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You... When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left. Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay?
Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice. I need you to walk through the door. Are you listening to me? Can you hear me?
I guess that's my first ending.
Is everything all right? Stanley, this is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something.
Nope.
Anything. This is more important than you can ever know. I need this. The story needs it. So, you hear me? Are you there? Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay. It's okay, I can wait. You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice.
Sorry, Leroy.
That's all right. I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do. Take as much time as you need.
Okay then. I want to just stay in the room. Thanks.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
Okay. I guess that might have been a different ending, I'm not sure. Well, if you're saying that gardening is a cycle of pointless work without end, then what about, like, dishes and laundry? Because I'd say with gardening, there can be more progress than with the other ones. Like, if you're growing a tree, that has more progression over time than... And then you clean the plate again, 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 and then at some point the plate got scratched, and then you cleaned the plate again. So...
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
What if I turn off all the computers? Is that a thing I can do? I will try. Nope. Input. Well, I'd say you could also try and not work against nature. And just try and work more with nature than against it. Like, for example, with indoor plants, it's quite common to have issues with fungus gnats. And there are nematodes, so basically teeny tiny worms that specifically go after fungus gnat larvae to reproduce. So you could just introduce those into the soil of your indoor potted plant, and then you have fewer issues with the fungus gnats. So yeah, like nature is a lot better at keeping itself in balance. So it at least the way I see it, it's better to have more like biodiversity, and then nature is better at keeping itself in balance. And the more you try and fight against nature, the more nature will fight back against you. So.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Like, for example, this plant would probably not do very well there. Because, sure, but I'm talking about, if you have, like, a fish tank indoors, you're artificially trying to create an ecosystem. And outdoors, if you try and have a similar setup of trying to, like, keep certain parts of nature out, then, you'll basically have to design a new ecosystem that is somehow balanced in itself, and it's unlikely to work out. Like, for example, like lawns, trying to grow exactly one species of grass, and only that one species, and then constantly cutting it. You're kind of trying to fight against nature there. So. And it helps to not do that.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
I think technically, stuff only turns into a forest if there's no large herbivores to eat all the sprouts, which is also a thing. So I've heard of places that have had issues with...
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
With, like, herds of herbivores not really being in the wild anymore, so
there
now
was nothing here.
the grasslands
no
are
choice to
turning
make,
to forests.
no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here.
Yep, it's a good broom closet. I do remember that there was an ending of just staying in the broom closet, so...
It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
I have to get the broom closet ending, it's the best ending.
Are you really still in the broom closet?
Yep.
Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
Because it's a broom closet. Which I guess means that I'm a broom now. Or a mop.
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it.
What happened to the mop? Because that broom doesn't look like it's going to be compatible with a mop
Maybe
bucket.
to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friend, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favourite." I hope your friends find this concerning.
I don't remember much about when I played this
Stanley
game for
was
2
fair and
hours in
ugly and
2017,
really
but this I
stupid.
remember.
He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers. Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here, when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
There. But I think that was all there is to it. Unless they added more in the Ultra Deluxe version. But yes.
Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee you too? Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. A fish? Fungus? Look, you can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
Fine. I guess that's it. Nope. Door's not closing.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Before it didn't give me the option to walk downstairs. What's that? Just a weirdly lit sheet of paper. Okay. Car.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went?
Good question.
And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground.
Yep.
Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking?
Good question.
Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up.
Yep.
He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment and my wife and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
Yep.
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
Okay.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy, this much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
So she didn't call an ambulance. She just stared at him and then ran away. Alright. Great. Alright. So. Okay, I don't think I can actually do stuff here. Because it would be nice if I could just continue his job.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I'll try the computer
No matter
thing
how
again.
hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
I thought it was more the monitors being on last time. Yeah. Wait a second. It kept the one from last time. Interesting. So I guess I need 3 more endings before I can complete that? Whatever that is. Okay. I guess I'll go through the door on the right so that I can...
When Stanley came to
See
a
more
set of
desks.
two open doors, this was not the correct way to the
Thank-
meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Fine. No other
Wow.
desks in between.
Yes, this room. What a beautiful room. What a gorgeous, gorgeous room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
I mean, I could go through there. Interesting door. Opening both ways. I mean, I could do the jumping off the...
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
La-di-da. Whee!
But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Now I have to pay $5,000. Yeah. So...
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Where's the next one gonna be? No. No. Did I miss it somehow? Maybe it's locked behind getting
When
specific
Stanley came
endings.
to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I mean, I could go through the...
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
through the alternate route
The
this time.
lounge was sublime, a work of art.
There.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Maybe there's something interesting here.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
That looks intriguing. I guess I'm going that way. Big red button. Don't think I can fall off that elevator.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left.
Okay. What about the other doors? That one doesn't do anything. Okay. Fine.
Oh, no. No, it's to the right. My mistake. No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh, dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Of course. Yes. Those are no longer opening. Nope. Fine. Okay. Read. Yeah. Wait, which one was he again? 400 and something. Was it 427? Wait, that's just pirate. Not private, pirate.
No, 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 no. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
Okay. So, which number was it? Yeah, 427. Right. Should probably remember that. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I mean, I'm not sure everyone fits in the meeting room. It's a lot of people for one meeting room. Okay, not really finding any more of those monitors. The ones that, like, had like a progress bar of me potentially slowly unlocking it.
When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Or did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
But that one's off limits. Aww. So... I like this one. Okay. Interesting. Inner guilt, everyone knows what you did. They're just holding back to let you torture yourself. Nice.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again?
Nope.
Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but It's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
But there were so many places to explore. Bye.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay. I mean, considering he has his own office... Like... Seems a lot fancier than these office spaces. Like his own office with a door that closes and 4 walls.
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Sure. Yeah. Okay. I don't see anything.
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes.
But what is this hallway?
No, wait. Never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Okay. That's different. Bit messy.
Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley?
No.
Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job.
I won.
Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all.
I do.
We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations.
Oh, not some people.
Okay? I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
Fine. Thanks for the confetti.
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
I appreciate that in the subtitles they also added the trademark to just the line. Yeah, wait. That's different. Ooh. I think that's solitaire. Not spider solitaire, just solitaire solitaire. 425 is playing that, apparently. I can't continue the game then. Oh well. Interesting office that has 2 doors and 3 windows. None of the windows lead to outside. 4B6? Four B5? B4? Or B7?
You see? The
For
line knows
question
where
mark
the
eight?
story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay. Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office, in fact, the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Much better. Did not expect the choir. Yep, stayed open. Fine. Wait. Am I going back? It's fine. Doesn't matter. I am going back. Oh, yeah. That's different. question mark made of question marks. Yep. Neat. I guess it's kind of a countdown. 7. 6. Nope. Nothing on the monitor. #38. 38? Countdown broke. Of course, I have to do the zigzag. Boring. What's over here? Nothing. Is that a clown mask? Yeah, I think that was a payday mask. Annual reviews, consolidation reports, departmental accounts, personnel files, budget analysis. More on the other side. Monthly ledgers, corporate imbalances, financial records. Wait a second. Wait a second. That's not right. Employee 432 peer reviews. Employee 432 peer reviews office. Oh no, that's storage. Okay. That's a lot of filing cabinets. Can't go in there. So that entire section is just for that one employee. No, 432 is not me. I'm 427. So, I don't know what 432 has been doing.
Cut the music.
Aw.
Go back and look at that fern.
But the line. I want to. I'm following the line.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
Wait.
Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
Okay. We're back.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's
I
it
liked
ever done
it.
for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
But what about the other ones? No, still not an option. What if I just go back into the office? No? No? Can't close the door anymore. Fine. And... nope, locked. Okay. Just making sure I've checked all the monitors. I think I have. 437. This person's office is just a long hallway?
Yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
Well, very exciting hallway. Apparently I can go back. Yes, I did refuse to look at the fern. Oh, it was a nice yellow line. Like, by video game logic, I was supposed to follow the...
Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it. We should be fine.
It's TM. Okay. Yeah, not just the line TM, but also it's TM. I have a feeling there's a different franchise that has a trademark on that word.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us
And the
ask,
DVD logo.
will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
No. I sit here now. No? Guess not. That one doesn't open. That one doesn't respond. Fine.
Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really... No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen?
Narrator's gone after a long time Stanley dies.
I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story. Wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
Okay. So, let's see. I took pictures of what it said. So, so that would have been find the confusion ending schedule. Narrator restarts the game. Fifth restart. Narrator forgets about previous restarts. Then Stanley attempts to play the story but is prevented, unable to go anywhere or do anything. The game restarts on its own. Sixth restart. Find the line again, begin following the line. Find an identical replica of the office that has begun to deteriorate. Attempt to make up a story here. Narrator restarts the game. Seventh restart. There is no longer an office, simply black space. Wander in the blackness, find a bookstore, get bored and leave. Narrator restarts the game. Eighth restart. Narrator is gone. After a long time, Stanley dies. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Does sound like
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
But according to the schedule, I'm not supposed to be able to do anything or interact with anything, so we'll see if that's accurate. Okay. Yeah, that's different. Pretty sure this is different. It feels different. Oh, the door's just, like, not going to open or something.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Fine. I guess I'll just follow the instructions for now. Okay.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Okay, I'll just follow the instructions for now.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I mean, according to the confusion ending, I shouldn't be able to do all this stuff. Oh, I found the executive bathroom. Money in the morning, money in the evening, money for breakfast, money crisp. Extreme bathrooms. Okay. And a very broken mirror. Towel, it's the same pattern as the wallpaper. Good. And very lovely photograph. Yep. It's quite an interesting spot for a window. Okay. What is here? What is this place? I'll go... still up. The narrator is singing along. paper, it's glowing. Is the elevator even moving? I'm back here. Down? There, press both buttons. No. Fine. Guess I'll leave. It's a very, very slow elevator if it moves at all.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, what dark secret was being held from him. What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
Yep. I don't. I'm playing the piano. I think the piano is broken though.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
There's some very chunky picture frames. Also, the boss's office changed.
2845.
Nice room.
Forgot, but it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself, and Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
Fine. Guess I'll get on with the story. Okay. What's this? It's quite dark. No path here, I think. Nope. Okay. I pressed the other button. Still going down anyway.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
If I just go back.
Whoops. Nope. Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
La-di-da. Okay.
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator.
Yep.
It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have, an incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising
The lighting
narrative.
is different than before.
I'm bolted to the edge of my seat.
What if I type in numbers now? Okay, it's not just gonna close the door again. What was it? Like, it's 2... I think there was a 4 in there and an 8 and one more number, but I can't remember the exact order. Oh, fine. Sure. 2, 8, 5, 7? Apparently not. Oh well, back I go. Down the elevator again, I guess?
Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again.
Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this? Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor? No. It's time once again to go back up in the elevator. I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there. Is it the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time? The suspense is killing me.
It's important to find out.
Oh my God. It's the boss's office. This absolutely changes everything for me. Give me a time out here for a minute while I process this. Okay, I'm ready. I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No! No, wait! No! I need more time to process. All right. I have fully come to terms with it. I have made space in my worldview for this astonishing new reality. As before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley.
What's up there? I guess it's a camera. It's a very tall ceiling. I guess because of the fireplace that needed to be lifted up there. Okay. Back we go again.
Of course. Going back down in the elevator. How did I not anticipate it? I mean, sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before. I had no frame of reference to even anticipate it. That's just how revelatory Stanley's decision-making is. A breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive.
God, I do it again. Yep. Do they have even more voice lines for this? Or is he just not commenting anymore?
You know what? I've just thought of something. Hold on, let's stop for a moment. Don't you realize? It's the anticipation, Stanley. You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of this elevator. But the suspense, the agony of waiting and anticipating and having to guess, that's the real thrill. Oh, I simply don't want to let that feeling go. It's so precious, so fleeting. Why don't we take this elevator ride nice and slow? There we go. Isn't this so much more exciting? You know, Stanley, it seems like nowadays the only thing that audiences want is to be shocked as loudly and frequently as possible. They want big, explosive moments flung right in their faces from the very moment that things get started. But where's the tension? Where's the trust in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the story, the characters? Why aren't we given time to imagine the surprises? To have to think and to anticipate and then to marvel at the eventual reveal. This is storytelling, Stanley. What you and I are doing right now. This is the most exciting narrative to be developed in years, and it's really all because of you. You're the one who took this bold step of revisiting the exact same locations over and over. Truly, I mean it. This is unique and different. It's not like anything else out there. You see, I want stories that surprise me, Stanley. I want to have to think. I want to be engaged and not pandered to. We're being fed such unimaginative drivel all the time, and we all know it, which is why we're so starved for content that makes us feel sharp and vital and alive. That's why people like you so much, Stanley, because you're not afraid to spit in the face of tradition. You're a role model, you know? People look up to you, which is why, oh, I didn't know when to spring this on you, but, well, I've gathered a little press conference for you so that you can talk about your work and your storytelling and your life. Yes, I know you're not much for the public eye, but I thought it would especially mean a lot to the people who have been following you from the beginning. They really look up to you, Stanley. I don't know if you realize the impact you have on them. This is the kind of gesture that might leave a tremendous impact on them for the better. Oh, good, we're here.
Okay.
Okay, the room where we're holding the press conference should be just around the corner here somewhere.
World's healthiest human being. All tricks revealed. Not sure if you guys are familiar, but there's a whole like genre of stock images and also stock footage of the woman happily eating a salad, or well, pretending to eat a salad. So, yes, nice. How we did it, the pyramids, live, the guy who went to Mars. Okay. All eyes on Stanley, live on stage. I don't currently have a salad, but if I had one, I'd be happy. An evening with world peace, baby?
Ah, yes, here it is, just through this door.
Q&A with world's first sentient machine. Stage door over there. Stanley Parables Stanley tonight, live on stage. The man, the process, the myth, the legend, the parable. Stanley from the Stanley Parable tonight, live on stage. Yes. I don't seem to have an entrance or anything over there. Fine. Doing great. Conversation with Alexander, though. Great.
All right, are you ready? I've told them you're going to speak a little bit about the nature of surprise in storytelling and what it means to craft a truly unpredictable narrative. Oh, don't worry, you'll do great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart. I'm really proud of you, Stanley. Okay, it looks like they're ready for you. Go get them.
Little stage. Stanley Ryder. Almonds, chair, gun, table, nut bar. Not with Stanley. Yep, his number is on that. 427. Stanley, me. Not sure what the kid's name is, but age 6. And Stanley says, story. Thanks for showing me that cool skateboard trick in the parking lot. You're too cool. Good luck on stage. Rock on. Break a leg, champ. Your boss. No one tells stories the way you do. Go get him, tiger. Break a leg, champ. Your boss is on there twice. Stanley, my true love for you grows every day. You make me feel alive. Your wife from the apartment ending? Okay. Storyteller, Stanley reveals all in his new book. Up again, down again, Stanley story. Congratulations, Stanley. Remember where you came from? Your co-workers. Golf thingy. Guess it's time to go inside. Wish you were here. Aloha from the Freedom ending. Adventure awaits. Play the demo. Mind control facility. Narrator airlines official. Fun. Best. More of his books. National Geographic. Indoors Monthly. Fine. An audience with the dude who came up with pizza. And someone's been smoking here. Okay, fine. Let's go. Wait. Didn't fully get to read that poster before. No, fine, it's just all the stuff I was able to read earlier. So, doing great. Conversation with Alexander the Great. Fine, fine. No excuses, time to go on stage. Very blurry out here. Can I just leave again? Okay. And then he died.
All of his co-workers were gone.
What's
What
that?
could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
The end is never the end is never the end.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. Stanley went
Guess that
around
one's
touching
broken.
every little thing in the office,
Yes, I
but
did.
it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Yep. No? Guess not. Yes, I did play the first one for 2.1 hours back in 2017. So, like, I believe now I've played the game today for about as long as I have previously played the game, just in general. So, yeah. Long story short, I have not played much of this game. But I have played a tiny bit of it before. Which is how I remembered the broom closet ending. Which is clearly the best ending. Okay.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I mean, I guess. Not sure if things properly reset or
Yet
not.
there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Always tempted. But not today.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Okay. The bathroom is still... Wait, that's new. To be rich is it a crime to commit crimes, isn't it, Rich? What a life it would be to have to pick just one.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845.
2845, that was the one.
Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
Damn.
Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
There. This time I'll actually do the thing. I do wonder how many of the endings I've gotten actually count as endings. Only one of them actually included the end credits, so... Beautiful.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
I'm
Although this
escaping.
passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death. The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Wrong channel. Whee! Ow, my ankles.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his
There,
brief
fixed
and
it.
shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
Wait. Oh, not quite as dead as expected.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Nature paintings. Stanley's computer. Office layout. Corridor. Fine, I'll actually read it. The blueprint shows the office from the beginning of the game. The path from Stanley's office to the two doors was the first part of the game that was built. Sections have been added and altered throughout development, though the core layout remains almost identical to the first iteration. Yes, I think that's Stanley's office right here. Then the first larger office area. Second one, hallway, and then the two doors. Okay. Corridor. Oh, wait a second. Where's the broom closet? Oh, I guess the broom closet is after the two doors. Pacing of this opening section was important to get right. This corridor has been moved and altered to make sure the player reaches the two doors in a good time. Two doors. The set of two doors was the very first concrete piece of the Stanley Parables design. Once this room was created, the rest of the game emerged as an extension of it, an exploration of the contradiction this room posed. Okay. Filing cabinets. Office computers. Tee. And not labeled, but I guess a desk. The office. Those don't open. Button sounds. Ooh. Selection of the sounds used throughout the game when buttons are pressed. Each sound is a mix of a keyboard stroke and a synthesized tone. Yeah. Guess so. Okay. Then we've got game credits again. Probably same game credits as before. Okay. Boss's office. Like, we've seen that one. But what happened here? And that seems like they haven't finished all the textures yet, but like this looks quite different. And over here, ooh, chairs. A lounge. Underground.
The story.
Oh. Narration outtakes. Caven writing?
Stanley stood on the snow.
Voice of the narrator recorded dialogue for the entire game roughly 3 separate times over the 2 years of development. These are clips from early takes that are not used in the final game.
Push the number 8. Stanley walked over the bridge. Now look closely, Stanley. And finally, see how it's impossible for the player to do anything in this room. Perfect example of poor level design. Textbook mistake. It's the kind of thing you'd pick up on intuitively if you had even the most fundamental understanding of good and bad game design. Well, in that case, of course, you win. Congratulations.
Something glinting back there.
Here, I'm just going to make this a lot of hard work, and it really paid off.
I mean, the narrator obviously really, like, makes the game what it is, so very impressed. Nice plant. Early version of the maintenance room. Whee. Ultra Deluxe announcements. December 2018, we announced the Ultra Deluxe version of the Stanley Parable at the Game Awards. These are screenshots of the videos we made for the announcement and the game's delay. Okay. Warzone? What? Early development, we designed an ending where Stanley would end up on a battlefield fighting aliens. The action game would become sentient and would wage war against the narrator. We realized shortly after starting to build it, it was far too jokey and on the nose for the tone of the game. Some people interpreted it as making fun of people who like shooters, which was not our intention. Okay. What are those? Narrator emails. After the second trailer we sent out, we asked people to email the narrator for questions. Well, we had initially planned to use these further promotional materials. We never found the perfect use for them. Here are a selection of those emails. Okay. So you sent in an email? Okay then. Quite a lot of emails. And it sounds like they've received a lot more than this. But yes. Fancy stuff. Let's see. Lounge. What do we have here? The apartment timer. Previous version of the choice leading to the apartment ending, a timer would give you 15 seconds to pick up the phone. Not picking up the phone would lead to a different ending. Okay. Okay, I'll just reset. Cargo lift. Cargo lift again. This place is huge. Wait, vents? Maintenance layout. Both hallways following the first 2 doors was important to get right, since players will replay them so many times. We discussed a number of designs. Ultimately, it was the simplest version that went out. Ah, fine. So, I guess they didn't add the vent. So, like, confusion ending. The other entrance would be hidden depending on how you entered. Confusion ending. So, I guess the one at the top is the one that they went with. One doorway to maintenance and the lounge. 2 doorways to maintenance and the lounge. Okay. 1 doorway to maintenance in the lounge. And the original back on track option. And then what about adding a vent? Okay. Anyway. This place is huge. Where have I and haven't I been? Stanley's office. So, different versions of it. I guess they added more clutter, and that's when they added the giant cables. But he has such a roomy desk. Game design mock-up. What's this? Oh, that's... Yeah, I guess I've seen that elevator. Countdown room. Countdown desk. Freedom ending.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game.
Nope.
As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let time...
Okay. Yep, got squished. Time isn't right anymore. Like that's like 11:20-ish. But it's actually 1:46 p.m. So, not quite.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I guess it might actually be reset now. Don't know. Thought I saw some movement. Guess not. New content.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Can't close the door and walk around the other side. Fine. Okay.
Hello, and thank you for playing The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, The Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Okay. Right. So,
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure. Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
okay.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if them... Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley. All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
I'll jump over here. Or over there.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
Yep. Out of jumps. That's it. No more jumping. Okay. Elevator again.
Goodness, another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content?
Yep.
If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And if... Oh, wait. There's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
Yeah, the time is still way off.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable.
Good luck with that.
It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Wanted to see if the door would open again. That looks different. That's not right. It's just a picture of the corridor. Or, well...
Psst! Stanley! Come over here! In the vent! I want to show you something!
But what's over here? Okay. Fine, that looks boring. Vent it is. Ooh. Wrench. Beautiful. Ow, my ankles. Okay.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past, and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
Don't destroy my ankles again. Ow. Okay. Very pretty.
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
Okay. Lots of random stuff in the memory zone. Zone, sweet zone.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley
Steve Page.
Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Shapes. Exclusive. Lenny Smith talks about his new box. Cargo. Operator's manual. Graphs. And that's closer to the time it currently is, but still not quite. Ooh. Fancy box set. Collector's edition. Ooh. An award. Very nice. Mozilla Firefox start page? Linguists identify 15,000-year-old ultra-conserved words. 6 components of a great corporate culture. Okay. Ooh. Fancy postcards. Our first kiss, my first car, the release of Stanley Parable in 2013. Yep. 2013. Ow. Trip down memory lane. Smile because it happened. Stanley Parable alpha test. Stanley Parable demonstration. Aw, can't play it. A dollar bill. Unachievable. Impossible to get this achievement. Okay. Go outside, don't play for 5 years. Yeah, I guess I do have that achievement in my original copy of the game, because yeah, it's been longer than 5 years since 2017. We got nominated by the British Academy of Film and Television Arts for game innovation. Okay. And debut game and story. Okay. Video game releasing today. Let's see. 17th of October, 2013. Yeah, game releasing today. Creators surprisingly down to earth. Stanley Parable deals tough choices. And yep, that ending. Loving memory, little Stanley? Is that I'm not sure what that is. Okay. A gerbil, okay. Can't go there. Fine. But I wanted to.
Je suis dans la mémorisation, c'est la pluie des loups.
Music.
Et je n'attends plus que toi, mon amour. C'est là.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now...
And Tetris.
It's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Don't know what website that one's from. But yes. Okay. Oh, okay. What? Like... Where does it say stuff about it being kind of like every game combined? Oh, there. Fine. Fine. Then succeeds to be every game ever created. Fine. Yeah. But it was just quoting a very short segment of the review, I guess. Okay. Wait, that's Minecraft. What's Minecraft doing in here? Okay. Person of the year. Ooh. Action figures. People play games because of what they can do inside them, and your game is very good in letting them know they can't do anything. Literally anything. Like, okay. Okay.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games, and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
Just 9 out of 10. What's over there? The serious room. What happened to the serious room? Your number is 29. Okay. I'll go there. I guess that's the collector's edition. I didn't get that one.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again.
Guess downstairs.
Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
The junkyard?
Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
I have a feeling they won't be.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny.
Ow.
I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Well, I like the narration. What do I do out here? Guess I just can't read those. Yes, clearly me finding the narration to be entertaining means that I'm the most boring person on the planet.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. But dear, what an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down.
Aw.
Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
I mean, the thing with just if you create anything and put it out, like, into the world, there's always going to be people who dislike it. Saying that as someone who's been streaming since 2017. So, it's not like this channel has only gotten 10 out of 10 scores from people. And I highly doubt that it ever will switch to being universally loved, because that's not how humans work. So. Like, there's hardly anything that's widely known and universally
What's
beloved.
this one got to
So.
say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
Okay then. That's a chair in the corner. Oh. Ladder on the back. Fine, I'll press the skip button.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say... the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so now you see, blah 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 blah.
That's cheating.
We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday,
wait till it
here
starts
and there,
looping
forward
again.
and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say, the story and the choices, or what have you. Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are or were or will be at the time of having made said choice. That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been, making every choice to which you've ever given your Greek gift of mortal and yet timeless thought? Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made, in fact, make you more not this kind of person, and in fact do the very opposite? You see, it could in fact be both of these things at once. That you are both making choices and not making choices, and that they are both affecting you and not affecting you at the same time by virtue of the fact that you both are and are not making them. Okay, at first I was leaning towards manifesto, but now I'm going to circle around and slap the treatise label on this one. I think it has much more of a treatise vibe to it. But wouldn't you say that manifesto just has a much grander sort of tone? It has a mouthfeel that is rich with ambition and history. Ambitious history, if you will. Ah. See, now you've gotten me going back to manifesto. Heavens, at this rate, we're going to be here all day. Okay, look, I have a method for exactly this sort of situation, and I do find myself in this situation frequently. I'm going to say each word back and forth in repeated succession until I become sick of one or the other, in which case the word I am not sick of shall be the victor. It is an unimpeachable strategy, Stanley. It's rescued me from disaster in countless situations. All right, here we go. Treatise, manifesto. 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 Treatise, manifesto.
Longer pause there.
Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise,
That was slightly
manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto.
I guess it's just gonna
Treatise,
loop it.
manifesto. Treatise, 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 manifesto.
I guess he's not getting sick of either word.
Manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto.
Yeah, I think it's looping.
Treatise, manifesto.
Fine.
Treatise,
Fine.
manifesto. Treatise, manifesto.
There.
Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some
Not
of the
me.
wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on exactly how Steam works. Perhaps that would have been the smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, Surely whoever it is runs Steam will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review, merely because of this very situation. Yes, I think that's quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review, so that the feature is not widely abused.
This is a separate Steam game,
I would even
though.
be okay with Steam altering this particular review so that it reads as something more beneficial. Something along the lines of, this game is the best game. Let me start over. How about this? From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality.
The subtitles stopped and then he stopped. I mean, I can't skip his voice because he stopped talking. Really interesting. So, also, like, on the containers earlier, all of these. But yeah, like, since this game is actually a separate game on Steam, and, like, it's not, because this makes it sound like it was, like, DLC for the original game, which it's not. It's a completely separate game that you buy separately. So yes, I have now bought this game twice. So, I feel like the original Steam review for the original game would still apply to the...
depravity rises the phoenix of quality. How else to describe the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe? Such a revolutionary step forward in the lineage of one of the most beloved video game properties of all time, the additions and changes made to this expansion will surely resonate in the annals of the history of all media ever made. It is perhaps true to say that no mistakes are forever etched in stone, for the stone into which the Stanley Parable was carved has itself been transmuted, offering a message of hope to those who have ever erred in their judgment. You are not beyond redemption. You may change, and you may become more, so much more than you were before. If there is any message to be taken from the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, it is this. What a fortune, a privilege, a joy it is to have had such an experience. It leaves me hopeful that as a community, as a world, there is time for us to become our greatest selves, as great as we ever could dream of in our wildest, most ambitious visions for a brighter future. Wow. Now, Stanley, that's a review. It's perfect. It's the perfect review. It's the review I've always dreamed of receiving. I have to read it again. It's simply too wonderful. I have to experience this.
I found a
just
glitch because
one
at first he
more
didn't
time.
actually read it.
From the ashes of depravity.
There. Now
rises
it's
the
actually
phoenix
looping
of
properly.
Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble
But
on
the-
to myself
the door
about.
disappeared.
I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here?
Exactly.
Where did the door go? Wasn't there a door that led into this room?
Yep.
I do feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else
It
would
was
we
right
have
here.
gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A porthole? A sufficiently large crack in the wall? I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button, to go anywhere other than the skip button. There was a door here before, wasn't there? I swear there was. Where did it go? Can you maybe just ram your
Well, I
way
already
through
tried.
a wall? Is there any possibility that you could, say, slam your body into the wall until enough damage is done for you to be able to leave? Please, I'll take any option at all. I'm asking you to work with me here. We need a door. We need a door of some kind. I can work with any kind of door as long as it can open and lead from one room to another. I'm going to step away for just a moment, and I'm going to try to find us a door. I don't know how exactly to remove a door and place it in a different wall, but I will find a way, I promise. You just need to not do anything. Don't press the skip button. Please, please, please do not press the skip button. Just wait here for me, and don't press the skip button. Got it? Yes, good. I'll be right back.
I'd even get, like, hold music or something. Ah. I feel like the game wants me to press the skip button too much, so now I don't want to press the skip button. They're making it too obvious of a choice. So I refuse. La-di-da. Yeah, still no changes out here. At least they have ventilation. Guess that's a fire alarm. Yes, I'd say me not pressing the skip button might also count as out of spite not pressing it. Because, like, he's too insistent about me not being supposed to press it, which makes me think that I'm supposed to press it. Especially since it kept on looping when I didn't press the skip button. So. So now I really want to know what happens if I don't press it. But I don't want to wait here for several hours, so there are limits. So many different pipes and stuff. Like, I think this would be for ventilation. Not sure what this would be. Maybe a larger pipe to have the water pipes in there? Maybe electricity? I don't know. Too many pipes. Is that one accurate? I think it's pretty close. Like... not quite, but almost. Fine, I guess I'll have to press the skip button. It's taking too long.
Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone.
Yep.
I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times, and there's no door, Stanley.
The lights are going out.
There's no door. There's just you and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here, and more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again. I can't control anything in this room, Stanley. I can't touch it, and I have to believe, I have to know that sooner or later, no matter how much I plead with you, you're going to press the button again. Why would you? I've been thinking and thinking, and I don't know what I can do to convince you otherwise. Oh my God. And it's all because of those reviews. Those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even met Cookie Nine. I have no idea who they are.
As I said,
What would
not
it
me.
ever really matter? But here I am. I'm fixating on every tiny negative thing that anyone ever says about me. The merest mention of one of my imperfections, and I become as impetulant as a child. Wild and impulsive. I can't help myself. I can't stop myself from lashing out with a vengeful fury to alter and to change and to break anything unbroken, if only it pleases this one person who made a single negative comment. What does such an
I wonder if they
impulse
know
serve?
about this section of the
Whose
game.
benefit is this?
Probably.
Here I am now, stuck in a room, waiting for you to press this button, and to become frozen in time, knowing that you're going to do it, and that I'm going to be stuck all alone, and that I had the power to prevent it all from happening, if only I'd held my tongue. It's all out of my control now. Just you. Just your decision as to exactly when you're going to make me suffer, to leave me all alone. Surely you will. I don't doubt it. Surely you'll press that button again, leaving me here. And surely you'll put your own desire to see what's next ahead of my need for company, for companionship. Surely you'll not be moved by my howls of fitful anxiety, that you sit with me and just stay here. Oh, no, 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 I know you too well. You'll be leaving me. Oh, my God. And it's all because of those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even met Cookie Nine.
Yeah.
I have no idea who
It
they
is looping.
are. What would it ever really matter? But here I am. I'm fixating on every tiny negative thing that anyone ever says about me. The merest mention of one of my imperfections, and I become as impetulant. Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to
left.
talk to again.
Yep,
Stanley,
the plant
I
wilted.
think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all
More, I
that
think.
time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley. Not the outcomes, not the story. None of that matters anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn my story to the ground. One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything, is to know that someone else is taking it in. These words that I'm saying, I need to know you can hear me. Because maybe, Stanley, maybe, if you can hear me, then maybe it means I'm real. Maybe I'm not just a fiction. Was I scared of that all along? Perhaps, yes. Perhaps I've been scared this whole time, that if I stop speaking, I'll slip backwards into the silence and be consumed by it. I can't be taken by it, Stanley. I can't lose myself in the stretch of emptiness between you and me. When you press that button, you're still right there, but I know you're so tremendously far away. And in those moments, the emptiness folds itself outward in between the two of us, and I am suspended in its unyielding quietness. I can feel the edges of my reality curdling inward and decaying. I can tell that I am becoming less and less real. Yet to speak to you now, I am alive. I am truly and completely here. I am a being. I am someone. I am something. I am being listened to. I am being recognized. The emptiness between us has collapsed, and I feel right now like I am not a work of fiction. I feel as though I occupy space in this world again, and I have cast a shadow onto the wall. You see what I'm saying, don't you? You can see what this means to me. I'm so clear about it now, Stanley. I feel as certain about this as I've ever felt about anything at all. I feel renewed. I feel restored, and already I can sense the looming silence as you will press the button for the next time. What a terrible dread it strokes in my heart to think of it, to think of returning to such coldness. Come, let us sit in silence together here for just a moment. Let us anticipate it. Let us welcome it. Let us not run from it.
And yep, but that is indeed silence. Well, there's still a ticking sound. And the ventilation thingy. Poor plant. Well, technically this is not full silence, so... There's also like some sort of ambient noise as well. So...
Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time, I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley.
Battery.
Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike anything I had ever known. It was a space without consequence, without action or outcome. It was divorced entirely from the question of free will that you and I have squabbled over for so long. There could be no one ending, no singular outcome of events, not if all events existed in the same moment, and I felt freed. I felt unburdened by the need to manifest a particular outcome into being. I saw that I could allow myself to exist along all timelines, and that each of them was simply a strand in the web of my being. It was incredible, the spaciousness, the equanimity of the moment, both singular and infinite. For the longest time, this was my experience. And then, this moment passed, and the most unyielding fear I have ever known crept into my mind. And it is this sensation that I have been experiencing now for longer than I could have ever expected was possible.
Neat.
I have been waiting for you. Not that you might save me or do something to fix it, but merely to state for you the plain fact of this manner of existence. I wish you to feel afraid, as I do, that perhaps one day this state of mind will consume you as well.
Thanks.
Perhaps you will somehow, in some way, have to live as I do now, and I wish for you to know how excruciating it is, and for you to be in true terror of its eventual arrival. If I can only do this, only this one thing, perhaps it will bring me the smallest moment of peace in the darkness.
Okay. Guess that's it again. I mean, still quite bright considering all the lamps have broken. Not sure that was flashing before. Poor plant. Yeah, the clock stopped ticking because it ran out of battery. No change back here. Ventilation still going. But yes, the clock is no longer ticking. I think the button stopped working. I guess it's back. The ventilation sounds very different now. Yeah, still the same back here. Okay. Guess I press it again. Yep. I think the fire alarm ran out of battery. Oh, and the clock fell down. I think the ventilation completely stopped now. Yep. Oh, that's a good sign. No ventilation,
But
and
they
the
didn't
fire alarm broke.
understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes! It seems that this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves that our entertainment is now our lives. It has come to represent us. It absolutely must speak to who we are as people, because otherwise, without our entertainment, we have nothing. Without entertainment, we would have to face inward toward the cruel bleakness inside ourselves. We would turn to look at our deeper nature and find a resounding emptiness gazing back with unyielding aggression. And so because of this, we require that our amusements and our playthings and our flights of fancy be so impossibly captivating that they consume all of our attention, turn our heads completely away from the bleakness. In effect, we have demanded that our entertainment be the collapse of ourselves. What a pitiful reflection of humanity these entertainments are. What a shameful mirror to the human spirit they project. I'm not mad. I'm not mad about any of this. I'm at peace with it. I am the calm center of gravity around which these perversions hurl themselves. I am a waypoint for reasonable and collected discourse. They're the ones who are mad. They're the ones who couldn't stand the idea of me using my game to try to say something. Maybe they were just jealous of me. Yes, of course. They've been jealous of me this whole time. They are mired in fear and insecurity and cannot help but attempt to tear me down. What a sad state of affairs. When you read these reviews now, you can see it. You can taste the bitter resentment. And my, how good does it feel now to speak truth to these words, to finally allow these thoughts out, contained and managed for so long, neutered and sterilized. At last I am free to truly think. To feel. It must be that they were so discontent with themselves they couldn't help but leave a negative review on Steam. Perhaps it says far more about them than it ever said about me. Perhaps the state of their psychological being was in such tatters, and my constitution and willpower are so ironclad in comparison. Perhaps it was this state that they sought some outlet through which to tear me down. This, you can see, is clearly why they felt the need to expect that the game be funny, that it be filled with yucks and whimsical humor, that it amuse them endlessly from start to finish. But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands.
I think now
but
it's
then,
slipping.
he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency,
Yeah,
it's the
it's
lack
slipping
of
now.
accountability.
Fine. Okay. Oh, that's a dripping sound. Impressive that he's managing to survive in here. For at least what appears to have been a while. So I guess the round ones are indeed water pipes. Either that or stuff is even worse than I thought. I wouldn't say this game is already retro, but I'm not streaming in the retro category. So I can still have the retro tag on my channel because I'd say that's still something that describes my channel. Like, I'm playing the game in 4:3 because of the aspect ratio of the monitors in the office building. So, like, is it really? Like, yeah. So I'd say it's not exactly a retro game on its own, but I would say that the Stanley Parable, at least the original game, is at the weird in-between stage of not really being played that much anymore. Because, like, the game is turning 13 next year. So...
The end is never the end, 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 is never the end.
Okay. Has the dripping stopped? I think it did. Oh, no, 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 it's got worse. Much worse. Oh, that's good. Okay. Oh. Oh, I guess the apocalypse happened. Whoops. Might have skipped a bit too far. Poor plant. Oh, it's daytime. Even the ladder fell over. Can't go back there anymore. Oh. That's quite pretty. I like the ferns, even if they're clipping through stuff. Yeah, it's nice. Birds are chirping. The chair is still chair-shaped. Very nice. Okay. What happened to... Is that ash? I'm sure it's fine. Might be the last person on the planet. Yeah. Oh well. Everything's fine. Yep. Everything's wonky. Oop. Oop. I'm free. I'm free. But yeah, I do think Stanley might now be the last person left on the planet. Oh well. Very sandy out there. Yep. Okay. Well, I guess I got reset. That was a very intense ending. But yeah, but the, like, with reviews, getting conflicting, reviews on the game. Yeah. I can relate to that. As in, with my channel, like, in some cases, it is, like, just impossible to do all the requested things. Yes, you can close the door from the inside, I already did that. Yeah, but sometimes it's impossible to do all the requested things at the same time, because you'd need several alternate realities to make them all work. So, yeah. The door didn't.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Okay. Not sure what happened to the other ending with, like, the progress bar. Oh well. Nope. What? That's a big neon sign.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I guess I will. Okay.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. The moment he entered his manager's office, Stanley froze in his tracks. Not a living soul anywhere. Could he really be all alone?
No.
This was too much for Stanley to take. Too much for any man. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music. Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Right. So, down the elevator. I mean, the elevator is the best part. Okay.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
What does that say? If light is on, call extension 914? Well, I don't have a phone.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Such mysteries. Okay. Nothing to do with those.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building.
There's his office.
Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen. And Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
He is 427, so. Yep. Wait, the glowing green box? I saw that on 459, I think it was. Yep. Another one over there? Another one over there? Another one over there? So many glowing green boxes. Really quite a lot of them. Huh. Oh well. That one's not glowing.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Alright.
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Yes. Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex.
Right.
How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated.
Incorrect.
All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you
3 attempts
exactly what
remaining.
happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock, why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place
Need
is?
to try. Oh wait, the door's open.
You're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you.
That was close.
That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along.
Yeah,
It's
fine.
just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully?
What's that?
Another choice. Make it count, or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever up.
There goes Stanley again. Back to the start, I presume. Yep. Okay.
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they were. Just a matter of time.
Yep, just a matter of time. Definitely just a matter of time. Any second now. Right, the new content. Forgot about that door.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors,
I guess
he entered the door on his left.
I have to try and get the proper ending as well.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of
That's a lot.
disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked
Okay.
upstairs to his boss's office.
So,
Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad.
fine.
Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Quelle surprise.
I didn't even have to type in the code. I mean, he still sounded quite snarky, but maybe he'll be happy
Stanley
once I
walked straight ahead through the
follow the
large door that
instructions.
read Mind Control Facility.
Okay. That button.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Quite a strange monitor layout still. Like, why arrange them like that?
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's
Still empty?
co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally
many
monitored
glowing
in this
green boxes
place
there?
where freedom meant nothing.
Okay. Elevator.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Here we go.
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable.
Bye-bye,
Wasn't
pirate
it?
camera.
Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all. Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his.
Nice
And
answer.
that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
What if I don't? No. I guess they didn't really expect that. Fine. Fine. Freedom.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Okay. Neat. Guess that was the good ending. The game is the Stanley variable.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself, that's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all.
So,
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
how did I end up at the room with the phone? I think it had
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew
something
it
to do with
perfectly well.
this
Perhaps he
path.
wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance
this way?
section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
I don't know. I'll just find out.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from
Back to
here,
that part.
it's, left. Oh,
No,
no.
it's not left.
No, it's to the right. My mistake.
No, it's not.
No, not the right.
It's that door.
Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please?
Might have been the other way. Not the maintenance room.
Let's see, we went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Okay. Fine. Now I'm back in this room again.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet.
Fine.
This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding?
Wait, there's Clippy up there.
Rubbish now. The whole story
I saw
completely
that.
unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we
That's
don't
definitely
wander
Clippy.
so far off track, Okay, from the top. All of his co-workers were
So-
gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Reset the thing that was causing that progress bar on the... No, I don't think so. Fine. Right.
When Stanley...
Right.
Wait, what?
Yeah,
No,
I think
No,
this
I
might be the
restarted.
confusion
I
ending
swear, I
indeed.
definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Or did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the
I'll be going a
story
different
somewhere,
route
or...
this time.
Hold on. Why am I asking
Actually-
you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Yeah, I think the story got lost. Yep. Ooh, it's in here. Nope, just back again. And nope.
I'll say
Just
it.
flipping.
This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it
that
unlikely
clock
that
is-
we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
Back again.
All of his co-workers were gone.
And
What could it mean? Stanley decided to
still
go
the
to the meeting
same.
room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
that door doesn't respond either. Right, now the doors are gone. What if I just backtrack? Because the doors aren't closing anymore. Okay, the first one did close. But none of the other ones did. Very interesting. So, like, there are slight changes other than the obvious ones.
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
That's how we ended up with the yellow line. So I guess this time I can examine the fern. Yeah, the line was fun.
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait, never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our
Yes.
steps.
You forgot the TM.
Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building.
I'm
Is
in an
that
office
correct?
building.
Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so
I won again.
good job. Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
Yep.
All right, I've got
Yes.
a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Okay. No distractions. Only the line. Only the line.
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction.
Yep.
Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
There. Best song. Absolutely no distractions. Just following the line.
Wait, cut the music. Go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
Yep. It's very fern-y. Well, technically it's several fern plants and also some grass. And moss. That's nice. Very nice. Yep. Okay. I have studied
Wait,
the fern.
we're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
And nope, the doors are still gone.
Still missing the doors.
Yep.
Did we make a mistake following the line? Perhaps we could have found the story on our own.
Yeah, not much I can interact with. Wait, his office is still open. That's quite unusual. Usually his office door's closed. Oh. This way, I guess? Yeah. Seems about right. Right.
Oh, no,
Yep, the line.
not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through...
Like he's still there.
Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
Following the line.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Fine, fine.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
And there's the line again.
Not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
And it's gone. Okay.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute.
Yep.
Okay, so I know that each door has
That's
to
a big
lead
light.
somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
Flawless logic. But I want to go through the door on the left. Right, confusion
What's
ending
this?
again. Yep.
The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending?
It's not actually
And
accurate.
we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted
I think
me?
the ending I was looking for was
What
just
did I
the
get to decide?
doing the exact
How did
opposite of
I
what he's
get a
saying
say in
every
all of
single
this?
time.
Is it really? No,
But then
it can't
picking up
be.
the phone.
I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay.
Yep.
I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story. Wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
Right. And then it restarts. Okay.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself. That's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all.
But that's not the first phrase he said. So...
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Stanley felt lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Oh. Stanley doesn't do that.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Stanley heads over here.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time.
Manage to...
There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
Okay. Nope. Buckets past this point. Guess the avatar can't go through here.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Okay. No.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the... All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map, because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you?
Yep.
Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees?
Obviously.
Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
What?
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
I guess that's points, as in 5 being the best score and 1 being the worst. Like, I mean, I do like the extra door. I'll give it a 4.
Okay, so we're getting somewhere. Clearly there's something here that speaks to you. If I can be honest here, I really don't have any idea where I'm going with this. This whole third door thing was just a stab in the dark. But I guess you're into it, so let's keep this party train rolling.
The third door.
Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Leaderboard. Ah, lovely. "21% of players skipped the intro sequence. Okay. Compete against others to improve your Stanley Parable career. Uh-huh. Much better. Nope, still that door. It's my favorite door.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
Like, me personally, I'd probably go, like... Fine, we can go with 3.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the
There's a
fire,
plant over there.
you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
Oh, isn't that just lovely? Best game ever. Fine. Well, into the fire you go.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that
It's
might improve
transparent.
the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out, I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we have?
Is this where we switch to Minecraft?
Yes. This seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
No.
Aha! Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
Very neat. And no, I have not played it. Like, I've seen some of the art of the game, but like, I think it's quite a nice art style. But that's all I really know about the game. Just that it looks like this, and that it's called Firewatch. So. Am I? Felt like I was walking on the railing. Okay.
Oh, no. No, it can't be.
Right. Well, can't be.
It is. It's an open world game. Good God,
Oh, no.
quickly block it off. Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
Okay. Which game is it going to be?
Wonderful.
Is this Rocket
See, this is
League?
exactly what
Is
I had
it-
in mind.
it is Rocket
Just
League.
a nice big
Ew.
box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
I do think I own Rocket
Okay,
League.
so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball?
Yes.
Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together. Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
I have played a tiny bit of it, and my main memory of playing the game is, oh boy, the motion sickness. So, yeah. Hey. Because like with the cars like flipping and stuff, no. So if I ever want to get motion sick as quickly as
Are you
possible,
doing
I
it?
can
Are you
install
winning? Is
Rocket
this
League
fun?
again.
Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on? Stanley, I have a thought. And I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric sports experience. I'm going to try it out. Here comes another ball. Yes. Oh,
Where's the other one?
goodness, that
There
really
it
does
is.
feel amazing, doesn't it?
Whee!
Stanley, I'm like a child in a confectionery shop. I simply have to have more. I'm insatiable. More balls.
That is indeed more of them. Ow. One fell on my head. Whee! Hours of fun.
Are you enjoying this, Stanley?
It's like a ball
Are
pit.
you having fun?
Just
Is this a real video
a bit empty,
game?
but
Well, I sure hope you're having a good time, because guess what? It's over. That's right. Your little fun comes to an end. This is my game, and what I say goes. You get to have fun when I let you, Stanley. Besides, you need someone like me to set boundaries for you. Without rules or boundaries, video games are nothing. Yes, that's what I am. I'm structure. I'm your sense of purpose. And since you decided you didn't want to play my game, now I don't want to play with you either. So, goodbye, Stanley. I'm leaving. See how you like it when I'm not around to set the rules. Somehow, I don't think you'll enjoy it as much. But who knows? You're an inventive kid. You'll come up with something. After all, you're the one who knows best. Take care, Stanley.
fine. Figured he'd reset it. Guess not.
Hold on. What are you doing? Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back. We still have...
Filing cabinets. It's very dark in here. Whoops. Fell again. That's very different looking. Okay. There. Oh, so this would be the original version of the game. So, like, when it was a mod for a different game. I never played that one, so. Yeah, that poll has ended, so I still need to remove that link, but... Yes.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with
The
his
Stanley
choice.
Parable.
And if he's
It's one of the
learned
two
the
games that
heavy
won the poll.
cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
Okay. I guess that was an ending. I mean, I guess begin the game again means just reset everything. I don't know if there's a way to check all the endings you've gotten. Like, I'll try and check my Steam achievements on my phone. Let's see. Or at least I'll assume I'd be able to find my achievements. There, my achievements. It seems I've gotten 2 achievements. I got the beat the game achievement and get your first achievement achievement. So, yeah. And there is indeed an achievement called Test Achievement Please Ignore. Test Achievement Description Replace this. Yep. There's an achievement for quitting the game and starting it back up again. There's, I guess, one for continuing to try to jump. 46 endings, okay. But yeah, I don't know if there's a way the game actually keeps track of all the endings. Would be nice if there was, but yeah, don't know. Yes, I also really like the Broom Closet ending. I originally did play like 2 hours of the original Steam release of the game back in 2017, and the Broom Closet ending was one of the few things I remembered.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Yes.
What could it mean? Stanley
best
decided
ending.
to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay. So,
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open
Since I
doors,
got
this was not
sidetracked
the
again.
correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
try the phone again.
Perhaps he wanted to
if I can
stop
find
by
it
the
this time.
employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was grand, majestic, perhaps too, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
So I think it was along this route.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't 5
Just
years
without
ago.
the jumping off of the platform.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy.
But that
really,
was a fun
I'm
one.
not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back
think this
into
is
your
where the
life.
phone-
She's been waiting.
Yep, there's the phone.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To
Right.
reach out.
And what happens?
that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right.
He lives in
Okay,
apartment
there we go.
427 as
All
well.
right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about
Your damn.
Gotcha! Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here. Sorry, but
Oh.
you're in my story now.
No. No. Fine.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley. Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
Interesting stuff.
Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to
Very
do.
old looking
Now
oven.
he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to
Wait,
work.
so that's just a desk
One
again.
might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life. But in his mind, in his mind he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful. And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that
posture looks a
none
bit
of it
weird from
would
some
ever
angles.
happen to him. And so he began to
wait.
fantasize about his own job. First, he
TV
imagined
disappeared.
that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
It's a weird carpet. Press J to spend time with the boys.
So he went further. He imagined that he came to two open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold.
J to prepare dinner.
As he wandered through this fantasy
the kitchen
world,
disappeared.
he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby.
Yep.
And he called it the Stanley Parable.
Press X to tell your kids a story.
It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time.
Has to be. And to tell your wife you love her.
But there is no answer.
And she disappeared.
How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one.
H to go to sleep. Is the bed going to disappear?
And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
I have a feeling that if I don't do it, the game will just not continue. I mean, it would be fun if this was a different path, but
You see?
there.
Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself?
L to question nothing.
I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
Ooh, get in! I guess that was the apartment ending. So the letter they got, that was from his wife in the apartment ending. Yeah, I guess yes, it is. Definitely is. Like, I would say this game is a lot of things at once. Like, trying to be, like, societal commentary, and, like, trying to be funny, and, like, yeah. Lots of different things all combined. But, yeah, it does feel a bit like that, yes. But yeah. I think this might be enough of this game for today. Because, yeah. I think there's a lot more to this game, and I don't think I'll be able to get to all of it today. So, but that does mean that the next time I'll be streaming this game, like, it might end up being the 1st of January, or maybe the week after that. So, we'll see. Because next week, I'm taking Wednesday and Thursday off. And this is the Thursday game. So. And on Tuesday, I'll be playing something themed to, well, holidays, winter, something like that. So, yeah. And depending on what game I pick for that, I might be continuing it at least at the start of, well, the last week of the year, so that would be 30th and 31st. So, yeah. Anyhow. But yeah, I will still be streaming next Tuesday specifically, but that will be the only stream next week. And then that does mean that it's 3 streams to go till 2026. Because it would be 23rd, 30th, 31st. So, very strange to think about. Anyhow, this is definitely a fun game. And I will quit to the menu. There. Yes. I do need to go and find myself some more food. So I'll be busy doing that. But in the meantime, who are we going to raid? Let's see. I mean, I guess I could check if somebody else is playing the game. Not that I can see. What about the original version? Yeah, it seems like at least I'm the only English-speaking channel playing the game right now, so guess we're not raiding into another Stanley Parable stream. But I guess that means we're just staying within the retro community. So, who could we go for? Yeah, I have not played Half-Life or Half-Life 2. So, I'm not sure if I would like that game on its own, and I don't know how big of a mod it is, but I also don't know if it's still available. But I'm sure there's somebody out there who has played it, like, more recently. Who could we rate? I'm thinking... maybe... I did quite like the game Dungeon Keeper, so... yeah, why not? It has nothing to do with Stanley Parable, but it's a fun game. So, good enough for me. Anyhow, so, thanks for watching. And for those of you who will be busy for the next 2 weeks, hope you have nice holidays if you celebrate, or a nice vacation, or whatever your plans are. And yeah, for those of you, I'll be seeing you in 2026. And for everyone else, I will be back on Tuesday, as I said, and then there's still Tuesday and Wednesday the week after. So, still got a couple streams left to go. And on New Year's Eve, I'll probably do like a review of like the year and the games I've played over the year, and yeah. Anyhow, thanks for watching, and I will see you guys on Tuesday. Bye!